I'm trying to protect my race collar here. Trying to protect my race collar by keeping him upstairs and away from me and my germs. But let's see if I can't get through this quick little show we're gonna do here. Sorry if you've missed us for the last couple days. As you can tell, I'm struggling, but I feel a little bit better today. We do have some wonderful contests going on. I thought it was the final, but it's not. It's it's the last chance. So it's the penultimate Racing Rachel's Warriors. Now, you have got to finish in the top to be able to play next week for the $2,000 final. So everyone who has won the $100 top prize over the last however many weeks of the whole meet are the only ones that can play in the final tomorrow. So this is the last one open to the public, at least the people here on property. So be sure to head downstairs and sign up for Racing Rachel's Warriors. The 27 previously weeks winners are going to be going for that $2,000 final, and it's $1,000 to the top place, and then they pay out, I think, the top five for that. So be sure to go sign up. I do want to mention a couple of milestones. First, yesterday, B hit the late pick 5. I tried to get him to talk about it during his section, but he never touts himself, so I'll do it. I knew he wouldn't. I don't know why I put it on there, but yesterday he hit the late pick 5 for $1,355. You can get his picks for free on X or here at the program stand on the first floor OTB. We also have Evan Roman getting close. Tammy changed it. We're going to include his 2 wins in Puerto Rico, which I talked to him down in the jocks quarters, and he said, "What the heck, Rach? Puerto Rico is part of America." I'm so sorry, guys. So yeah, he's at 995. So be sure to watch him and his mounts. Hopefully he can get to 1,000 here with us. That would be great because Tammy already printed him a poster. We also want to mention that coming up next week, we've got a big week of racing. We've got Brian Aragoni here in town this week. Next week, we'll have Jimmy Mack, and we're going to have Tuesday, November 11th, Veterans Day. The program will be dedicated to those who serve and protect our country, plus nationally known handicappers will place 250 wagers into the late pick 5 that we provide that $250. All proceeds go to Hoosier Veterans and Families, the HPVAF downtown, and you can play in the $2,500 Veterans Contest courtesy of the Indiana HPPA. The contest includes 2 seats to the NHC Finals with me in March of 2026. You have to be an NTAR a tour member. It's like $50 a year to go, so be sure to go to the website and sign up if you want to be qualified for that. Also, with our sponsorship of the NHC, we do hold that in Vegas at the Horseshoe Las Vegas every year. We are going to be having a qualifier to the final, and we're going to have that here on Saturday, December 6th. Doors open at 9 a.m. I'll be here. It's a $500 live money buy-in, and you can buy up to 3 entries. It's a nice soft spot. Jimmy Mack was talking about it last week. It's a good place to play. Nice, easy spot to get in there for the March 13th final in Vegas. We have a 9-race card here today. We are going to be featured on FanDuel TV after race 4 for race 5. I'll jump on over there and talk to Joaquin later. And we have a wonderful card. And before I start coughing and completely lose my voice, I'm going to end it a little early. Good luck here from myself, from Brian, and all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on the Wednesday 9-race card.
Welcome to Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're 15 minutes away from race number 1 on a fast main track in a firm turf course. Rail setting at 0 today. Let's go through today's scratches and changes throughout the card, beginning in race number 1. Scratch number 8, El Page. El Page out of race number 1. Race 1 kicks off our 11.99% takeout early, pick 5. Race number 2 is Clear of Change. In race 3, we have the Horseshoe Hat Trick returning today. We'll be on that turf course going 1 mile on the firm turf. Scratch 2, 7, and 13. 2, 7, and 13 are out, along with the 15. Number 14, Spun Hard Candy, will run. The jockey on number 4, Vedora, will be Jane Elliott. Jane Elliott on number 4, Vedora. In race 4, we kick off that late fire 5. There's no show, try, or super wagering. No show, try, or super in race number 4. Scratch the 1, 6, and 7. 1, 6, and 7 are out of the 4th. In race 5, kicks off the Itoba pick 4 back on that turf course a mile and a 16th. Scratch 2, 6, and 14. Do note the also eligible Sweet Enchantment will run. 2, 6, and 14 are out of race 5. In race 6, the final turf race of the evening, 1 mile on the turf, scratch 3, 13, 14, and 16. 3, 13, 14, and 16. Nacho Chrome in post position number 15 draws in with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. aboard. And number 2, Epithium, will be ridden by Sammy Bermudez. 15, Nacho Chrome in on the 6th. In race 7, your final pick 3 opportunity of the day, scratch 2, 6, and 9. 2, No Trust, 6, Focaccia, and 9, Sarah Smiles out of the 7th. Race 8 is Clear of Change, and race number 9, the final quarter horse of the day and lone quarter horse of the day. Isidora Benuelos picks up the mount aboard Just Check Me Out, number 4. Diego Bocanegra picks up MG Fresca in post position number 6. Number 7, Super Javi, is out. Number 11, Mercy I'm Hot, draws in and will break from that vacated post position number 7. Mercy I'm Hot is in and breaks from post position number 7. The horses have joined us down here in the paddock. We've got a beautiful fall day here in Shelbyville, Indianapolis. On a fast main track, a firm turf course, we kick off the card 12 minutes from now. Field on a fast track for the opener. Scratch the outside runner. The 8 is out. They'll be at the post 2 minutes from now. Field approaching the starting gate for the opener. Get those wagers in now. Fields reached the gate. It is now post time. Surfin' Sam has gone in, as has Lord Majesty. MB's Munning goes in. 8-5 on the board. High probability. Waiting on Caballo Feliz. More than 5 in YOLO Santiago. They are off and running to an even beginning in the opener as Lord Majesty breaks alertly with those black sleeves and pink helmet cap, as does your outside runner, High Probability, who's good to go. Alberto Burgos shoving High Probability right to the lead, a half length from Lord Majesty, as the rest of this field is still sorting themselves out. MB's Munning is hard ridden from Jane Elliott to keep pace right behind those top 3. Outside of that comes YOLO Santiago, then More Than 5. Caballo Feliz and Fernando de la Cruz are 10 out of it. Nothing from Surfin' Sam through an opening quarter in 22.25. High probability looks like a low probability at the quarter pole, as Lord Majesty now attacked by the outside runner YOLO Santiago, rolling into it. Outside of that comes More Than 5, and More Than 5 has a lot of momentum to the outside. More Than 5 goes right up alongside YOLO Santiago. Lord Majesty trying to dig down deep on the inside, but More Than 5 getting the money today, and it's More Than 5 with a high 5 from Marcelino Pedroza Jr. from Lord Majesty and YOLO Santiago in 110.51. Six, 4, 7, 2 in 110.51, still unofficial. Entering the winner's circle, it's More Than Five, a 5-year-old bay gelding by More Than Ready. Out of 5-Star Mama, bred in Kentucky by Silverton Hill LLC. Trained to Victory by Gennaro Garcia, owned by Steve Lewis and Southwest Racing Stables, ridden by Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Race 1 is now official. First exacta of the day returns 11.60. Your 50-cent trifecta 14.20. 10-cent superfecta $5.94. More Than Five returns $5.20 on top. Race number 2 kicks off today's early pick 4, $1 minimum, 15% takeout. No scratches or changes. They'll go 6 furlongs on a fast main track 21 minutes from now. Hopefully you had a bet on More Than Five. They are off and running to an even beginning in the opener as Lord Majesty breaks alertly with those black sleeves and pink helmet cap, as does your outside runner, High Probability, who's good to go. Alberto Burgos shoving High Probability right to the lead, a half length from Lord Majesty, as the rest of this field is still sorting themselves out. MB's Money is hard ridden from Jane Elliott to keep pace right behind those top 3. Outside of that comes Yolo Santiago, then More Than Five. Caballo Felice and Fernando de la Cruz are 10 out of it. Nothing from Surfin' Sam through an opening quarter in 22.25. High Probability looks like a low probability at the quarter pole, as Lord Majesty now attacked by the outside runner Yolo Santiago, rolling into it. Outside of that comes More Than Five, and More Than Five has a lot of momentum to the outside. More Than Five goes right up alongside Yolo Santiago. Lord Majesty trying to dig down deep on the inside, but More Than Five getting the money today, and it's More Than Five with a high five from Marcelino Pedroza Jr. from Lord Majesty and Yolo Santiago in 110.51.
Horseshoe Indianapolis is saluting all veterans Tuesday, November 11th with a special Veterans Day racing program at 2:10 p.m. Nationally known handicappers place wagers into the Pick 5 to raise funding for Hoosier veterans and families. Plus, play in the $2,500 Veterans Day handicapping contest, sponsored by Indiana HBPA. Let's salute the veterans Tuesday, November 11th at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 and exit 109 in Shelbyville. More information available on social media at HS Indy Racing.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
We're 11 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a claiming for 15. These are 4 Indiana breds. They're going 6 furlongs in here. No changes. 6-horse field. The 6 is the 3 to 5 favorite. Ryan's Wish. Kind of hard to go against him, but he is a 3-year-old gelding making his 9th lifetime start. He's loves to get second. 1 win, 4 seconds, and a third. So we've got 6 in the money out of 8. Last out, he was in a claiming for 20. Flashed some nice early speed. He's always right there in the beginning. He's a head off, a length off of the lead, or sometimes on the lead. So he definitely has early speed. So look for him to be involved early. He kind of dueled and then just got overtaken by illegal contact. He was the beaten favorite there. But he's trained by Mr. Randy Klopp and bred by Jim Edgar. May he rest in peace. And then this one is owned by top owning duo, Mr. Randy Klopp and Roger Speece. Also in there, Raquel Soriano has a piece of this one with them. Nice company, but flashing that early speed, dropping in class from 20 to 15, ran second versus similar, and like I said, is going to be involved early. Looks good. Now, Fernando and Klopp, this was a couple days ago, but out of their last 8 starts, this probably isn't including yesterday, 2 wins, a second, and a third. Oh, man, you guys, I'm so sorry. I'm doing my best here. Going Sense is who I'm going to go with next. The 2 is 5-1 right now on the tote board. Mr. Mitchell Merle board here for Tim Eggleston. 2 great guys. This one bred by Swifty Farms. And on his toes in the paddock. Looks good there with assistant Jordan Hash walking him around. First time claiming, which is the case here. This is like a very key drop, obviously. I mean, it's not too maiden claiming, but still a key drop when they're going from a straight maiden special weight win by half a length. And then they're dropping it down to the first win is with claiming. It's the end of the meet. I know what Tim's thinking. He's like, let's just get this win, even if we lose him. But, yeah, God, he looks like he's feeling real good today. Love the look of that. Mitchell and Tim obviously successful together. Out of the last 10, 3 wins, a second, and 2 thirds. Get my cough in between horses, and I'm on to our guy Max. The one. 9-1. Alberto Burgess is aboard for Tiana Ritzerville. And Richard Batts, just what a great guy. He bred this one. Owned by Sunshine Stables. Last out on October 14th. Was in a claiming for 20. That was the same race as Ryan's Wish, My Top Selection, and Lambay were in there. So they're all coming out of that claiming for 20 and dropping down. So I think our guy Max is going to be involved in some way with these others that are dropping down. So just on the class drop, honestly, and Tiana Burgos also a really good jock. 6-2-1 for me here in the second race. But, yeah, it's hard to go against Ryan's Wish in here in the second race. Good luck.
Horses are on the track for the upcoming second race, kicking off the early pick 4 2 minutes from now. No scratches or changes on a fast main track. Field approaching the starting gate. Get those pick 4 tickets in now. First to go in is our guy Max as it's post time for the second. Up next, the speedy Going Sense. The Irish Ranter. Two back. Lambe with Hannah Leahy aboard. And favored Ryan's Wish, the last to load. They are off and running as Ryan's Wish broke alertly, as did Going Sense. These two going out right to the lead, and Going Sense poking that nose in front at 9-2. Ryan's Wish broke sharp, now sits back a half length off of Going Sense. El Rocky off the year-long layoff is sitting in third, 3 lengths behind. Ryan's Wish and Going Sense. In between is the Irish Ranter. Our guy Max in tightly on the rail, and Lambe is going to have to pass them all through a contested opening quarter in 22.18, and now Lambe is cutting into that margin midway through the turn. Going Sense appears to be waving the white flag early, and Ryan's Wish pushes clear from Going Sense, who's dropping out of it. Then comes El Rocky trying to gain momentum at 19-1. The Irish Ranters in traffic trouble at the top of the lane. Lambe's made up a lot of ground. Ryan's Wish still clear. Lambe is picking up strides. Hannah Leahy with the red helmet cap has a lot of momentum. Lambe is coming up right up to the throat latch of Ryan's Wish, and Lambe goes right on by. It's Lambe from Ryan's Wish and El Rocky. Five, 6, 4, 3, and 111.78. Entering the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the victorious Lamb Bay, 3-year-old Dark Bay Gelding by Jimmy Creed, out of Just Passing Time. Bred in Indiana by Richard Huddleston. Owned and trained by Miss Tracy Wisner. Ridden to victory by Hannah Leahy. Leahy and Lamb Bay come home to score in race number 2. Still unofficial. Now official. Lamb Bay returns $5.20 on top. $1 exacta, $5.6, $4 even. 50-cent trifecta, $9.55. 10-cent superfecta, $7.57. First daily double of the day, 6.5, returns $10.20. We'll be out on that beautiful turf course of ours 21 minutes from now. Scratch 2, 7, 13, and 15. Do note, this kicks off the $1 horseshoe hat trick. Horseshoe hat trick back today, and the 14 Spun Hard Candy will run. First time starter number 14, Spun Hard Candy, will run 21 minutes from now, turf racing at Horseshoe Indy. They are off and running as Ryan's Wish broke alertly, as did Going Sense. These two going out right to the lead, and Going Sense poking that nose in front at 9-2. Ryan's Wish broke sharp, now sits back a half length off of Going Sense. El Rocky off the year-long layoff is sitting in third, 3 lengths behind. Ryan's Wish and Going Sense. In between is the Irish Ranter. Our guy Max in tightly on the rail, and Lamb Bay is going to have to pass them all through a contested opening quarter in 22.18, and now Lamb Bay is cutting into that margin midway through the turn. Going Sense appears to be waving the white flag early, and Ryan's Wish pushes clear from Going Sense, who's dropping out of it. Then comes El Rocky trying to gain momentum at 19-1. The Irish Ranters in traffic trouble at the top of the lane. Lamb Bay's made up a lot of ground. Ryan's Wish still clear. Lamb Bay is picking up strides. Hannah Leahy with the red helmet cap has a lot of momentum. Lamb Bay is coming up right up to the throat latch of Ryan's Wish, and Lamb Bay goes right on by. It's Lamb Bay from Ryan's Wish and El Rocky.
We are 8 minutes to the third race, and I accidentally put the 2 down, and it's scratched. I don't know what happened there. I'm blaming it on the brain. I'm blaming it on the cold. I went down and talked to Joe Ramos, and he talked to me about his Breeders' Cup third place finish. So excited for him. I'm going to show that a little later today and put it on social media, but definitely exciting. I'm going to switch it to 3, 6, 11. Sorry, guys. The 5 first-timer from Brendan Walsh is the favorite, but I'm going to go with the 3. Stay Beautiful. Jane Elliott is aboard, I believe. Stay Beautiful. Steve Asmussen. Maybe I put the different changes on the wrong race is why I didn't think the 2 was scratched. But anyway, this one, maiden claiming, I think, from 40 in the last one, obviously showed a difference. I mean, this horse was 7 by 6.5 in its first race. Back on a yielding turf course, then routed on the dirt. It was taken off. This one's getting back to grass. I like that, and finally showed a little bit of form in the last race. Like I said, second in maiden claiming for 40. We obviously found the spot, but let's go ahead and see if we can't get her routing on grass, which I think, this filly has some violence, volatile by violence, Light of the Nile, is the dam. I think that this one probably will like going 2 turns on the grass. And then I'm going to go with the 6. I'm just going to leave it the way it was, and I'm going to add the 11. So let's go to the 6, which is 8-1 here. Ruby. Walter Rodriguez is aboard in this race for Jeremiah Dwyer. This is a 2-year-old filly by McKenzie. She's making her second lifetime start, and look at that race she debuted in. First, while I'm staring at her, dappled out, filled out. She looks thick in a good way. She looked good. Ears are forward. She's looking around. She looks relaxed. She's not keyed up or anything. Walter Rodriguez up here today, as I did say. That race at Churchill was way hard. She's now going down to maiden claiming for the first time, which is a very, very key drop. Now, what happened June 11th? Did they just think she needed some growing? She's just a 2-year-old. She does not physically look like a 2-year-old. But they gave her 4 months off. Maybe she needed a little bit of maturing to do. They're switching it all up, which I love. They're going from sprinting on the dirt to routing on the grass. She was 20-1 that day. Right now she's sitting there at 8-1. And then I'll go to the 11 at 9-2. Burgos is aboard here for Palo Lobo. Palo, wow. Just always make note of when his horses are running. He's definitely got, he knows where to spot his horses for sure. Boone Chance Farm has bred and owned this one, and Palo Lobo is 27% win clip and 60% of the money in the 30 horses he's ran here. She's a filly by Uncle Mo. Maybe now that's a Smart Strike Dam. Just love the breeding. I think she's going to like it. And then also when Paulo starts his horses in maiden claiming to debut, they do really well 21% of the time. And seeing as how I'm losing my voice now, I'm going to go with 3, 6, 11 in this race with the 3 on top of 4-1. Good luck.
Field making their way onto the turf course. Just about post time for race 3. Loading process underway. Gate cam showing these 2-year-old fillies well behaved. No jinxes. Stay Beautiful goes in, currently favored at 5-2. Dora looking to give Tom Malloy his 3rd winner of the week. Dora goes in, clicks down from 26-1 down to 20-1. Venus de Oro, first time starter, enters respectfully. Royal Reign being given some additional encouragement. But seriously, and to the outside, Spun Hard Candy, along with Ruby Ruby. Just about set to kick off that $1 horseshoe hat trick. Spun Hard Candy just a little leery of the instructions she's being given. The others standing patiently. They got her. 2-year-old fillies off and running. Turf racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis is Ruby Ruby on the stretch out, showing good early speed, as is Stay Beautiful. Grab My Tab takes off of those 2 leaders as Stay Beautiful and Ruby Ruby going quickly up front. Now Ruby a length clear from Stay Beautiful. Then comes Grab My Tab. In tightly was Vedora, who's off of heels into that first turn. Vedora restrained tightly, but Go Lex Go. The Keeneland shipper got down to the 2-path from that 10th post. Then comes in 5th is But Seriously. Union Empress sits behind those, along with Venus Dioro. Royal Rain is Loose Rain, the 2-year-old filly by Uncle Mo, being encouraged by Alberto Burgos. Then comes Cecito, along with Spun Hard Candy, an opening half in 47.77. Ruby with the late money signed on, a half-length clear from Stay Beautiful. Go Lex Go at 15-1 is ranging into it. Vedora just kind of hanging around in 4th. All in for But Seriously, but is making up ground. Here comes Venus Dioro and Evan Roman for Brendan Walsh are picking up momentum and swinging to the outside, but at the top of the lane it's Stay Beautiful right up alongside Ruby. Here comes Venus Dioro on the outside. Venus Dioro rolling late. Venus Dioro from a neck to a nose, and there she goes. A well-timed ride for Venus Dioro. Got tight for second between Stay Beautiful and Royal Rain in 137.57. Photo sign's been removed. 5-3-11-6. First time starter Venus Dioro kicks off the $1 horseshoe hat trick at 4-1. Into the winner's circle, Making her debut, a winning one, Venus D'Oro, 2-year-old Bay filly by Bolt D'Oro out of Relish the Dawn. Bred in Kentucky by Eric Antonio Devalle. Owned by Pocket Aces Racing. Trained to victory by Brendan Walsh. Win number 996 for Evan Roman. Approaching a couple of milestones, both here at Horseshoe Indianapolis and in his career, looking for 50 wins in the 2025 season, and now sits at 996 wins in his career. Venus D'Oro takes the third, which is now official. 1080 on top. $1 exacta, 5-3 returns 26.20, 50-cent trifecta, 66.65. Your 10-cent superfecta, $54.08. Your $1 double, 5-5 returns 17.60. First pick 3 of the day, 39.60. We'll be back on a fast main track as we kick off the late fire 5. 15 minutes on the board, going to come up very quick. Scratch 1, 6, and 7. With those scratches of the 1, 6, and 7, there's no show, no try, no super, but we do kick off the late fire 5 in 16 minutes. They got her. 2-year-old fillies off and running. Turf racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis is Ruby on the stretch out, showing good early speed, as is Stay Beautiful. Grab My Tab takes off of those two leaders as Stay Beautiful and Ruby going quickly up front. Now Ruby a length clear from Stay Beautiful. Then comes Grab My Tab. In tightly was Vidora, who's off of heels into that first turn. Vidora restrained tightly, but Go Lex Go. The Keeneland shipper got down to the 2-path from that 10th post. Then comes in 5th is But Seriously. Union Empress sits behind those, along with Venus D'Oro. Royal Rain is Loose Rain, the 2-year-old filly by Uncle Mo, being encouraged by Alberto Burgos. Then comes Cecito, along with Spun Hard Candy, an opening half in 47.77. Ruby with the late money signed on, a half-length clear from Stay Beautiful. Go Lex Go at 15-1 is ranging into it. Vidora just kind of hanging around in 4th. All in for But Seriously, but is making up ground. Here comes Venus D'Oro and Evan Roman for Brendan Walsh are picking up momentum and swinging to the outside, but at the top of the lane it's Stay Beautiful right up alongside Ruby. Here comes Venus D'Oro on the outside. Venus D'Oro rolling late. Venus D'Oro from a neck to a nose, and there she goes. A well-timed ride for Venus D'Oro. Got tight for second between Stay Beautiful and Royal Rain in 137.57.
8 minutes of the fourth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We do have a few scratches in here. The 1, 6, and the 7. Let's talk about the 4, 3, 2. I know it's like the whole field, but Flashy Lass is who I'm going to go with first. Joe Ramos is aboard for Steve Asmussen, and let's see if I can't get one of my two Asmussen picks to the finish line today. Oh, somebody did her hair. She looks great. Owned by Gus King. This one coming out of Stakes Company at Oaklawn and Lone Star, which are, kind of Steve's home tracks, I would say. Probably Texas, obviously, but Oaklawn definitely is included in that, I think. This horse has never ran on Indiana dirt. Ran 9 times the distance. 1 of 4 wins have been here at a mile and a 16th. This is a 3-year-old and up allowance optional claiming for $50,000. And last time was on the turf. Look before that was in a tough $200,000 stakes race. I just think this is the easiest that this horse has been until you got to go all the way back to last October, 2024 at Remington, in my opinion. This is kind of an off-the-pace kind of gal, but if you do look at some of her better races, she was on or near the pace. So let's hope she is. I don't think that she's going to have a problem getting it. Facing easier here today. Gosh, I'm so sorry, you guys. The 3, Condone. Fernando de la Cruz aboard for Victoria Oliver. This one coming out of turf as well and going 2 turns on the dirt for the first time since July here. And an allowance option claim for $62,000. That was a third. Last time this horse was in a race like this, an allowance option claiming for $50,000 on the grass on August 8th was third, beating only 2 lengths. But she's on dirt here today, so we'll see what happens. Going postward here in the paddock, they're saddling her up for Victoria Oliver. And then I'm going to go to the 2. The 2's a 9-5 favorite. Mitchell Murrell's aboard for Tim Eggleston. I gave Mitchell the old good luck knucks in that a couple races ago. So surely he'll do well here. Tis Bayou. This is just a hard knocking mare that Tim Eggleston's had for a while. 22% trainer and allowance, and she won her last race by almost 4 and an optional $20,000 on a mile and a 16th. So today's distance, you love to see it. Let's see if she can't do a repeat. I did think the difference definitely was coming from handicap ranks down to allowance optional claim for 20. 4-3-2 for me here. Good luck.
quartet makes their way onto a fast track scratch. Number 1, It's Forever. 6, Miss Authentic. And 7, She's a Little Stinker. Race 4 does begin today's Late Fire 5. No show, try, or super in the upcoming 4th. Field approaching the starting gate. Field has reached the starting gate for race 4. It is now post time. Quartet of 5-year-old mares going on a 1.16 journey. Last one in is Peak Popularity. They are off and running to an even beginning. Mitch Merle and Tiz Bayou wanted the lead, and the Indiana bred puts 2 lengths clear on Condone and Peak Popularity as Tiz Bayou goes into that first turn. Clear from Condone and Peak Popularity. Flashy Lass clicks down to even money, sits in the pocket just 2 lengths behind Tiz Bayou, who's a length clear and relaxed nicely with those ears up for Mitch Merle through an opening quarter in 24.17. Condone sits on the flank of that one in the 2-path. Then comes Peak Popularity, who broke sharply but now finds herself 4 lengths off these leaders. And then comes Flashy Lass, making the first start since June for Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen. Little has changed in the plot. Tiz Bayou still leads them from Condone through a half mile in 47.83. Condone turning up the pressure on Tiz Bayou. The Indiana bred keeps her nose in front, but for how long is yet to be determined, as Fernando de la Cruz and Condone are shipping in from Kentucky Downs, and now they go to the lead as Tiz Bayou's search for 2 in a row looks to be all done at this point through a half mile in 112.06. Peak Popularity at 5-2 is trying to get on board with Condone, and Flashy Lass at even money has a lot of work to do. Flashy Lass never got into it. Condone turning this into a 1-horse race, or is it? Peak Popularity is gaining steam on the outside. Condone got the jump. Peak Popularity is coming, but the wire is as well, and it's Condone. Condone gets the job done from Peak Popularity and Tiz Bayou from a disappointing Flashy Lass. Three, 5, 2, 4 in 144.82. Longest shot on the board into the winner's circle, Condone. 5-year-old chestnut mare by Justify out of Jacaranda, bred in Kentucky by Alpha Delta Stables. Condoned is owned by Humphrey Watts Jr. Trained to Victory by Vicky Oliver, ridden by our leading rider with win number 112, Fernando de la Cruz. Longest shot on the board returns $11.40 on top. $1 exacta, $17.50. $1 double, $25.20. 50-cent pick 3, $71.50. There was no show, try, or superfecta wagering in race number 4. We'll head back out to that turf course for the second time of the day for the upcoming 5th race. Kicking off today's Itoba pick 4. Scratch 2, 6, and 14. Do note, number 13, Sweet Enchantment, will race with Santos Sanger aboard. Sweet Enchantment draws in. 2, 6, and 14 are out. A mile and a 16th on the turf, kicking off the Itoba pick 4, 21 minutes from now. They are off and running to an even beginning. Mitch Merle and Tiz Bayou wanted the lead, and the Indiana bred puts 2 lengths clear on Condone and Peak Popularity as Tiz Bayou goes into that first turn. Clear from Condone and Peak Popularity. Flashy Lass clicks down to even money, sits in the pocket just 2 lengths behind Tiz Bayou, who's a length clear and relaxed nicely with those ears up for Mitch Merle through an opening quarter in 24.17. Condone sits on the flank of that one in the 2-path. Then comes Peak Popularity, who broke sharply but now finds herself 4 lengths off these leaders. And then comes Flashy Lass, making the first start since June for Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen. Little has changed in the plot. Tiz Bayou still leads them from Condone through a half mile in 47.83. Condone turning up the pressure on Tiz Bayou. The Indiana bred keeps her nose in front, but for how long is yet to be determined, as Fernando de la Cruz and Condone are shipping in from Kentucky Downs, and now they go to the lead as Tiz Bayou's search for 2 in a row looks to be all done at this point through a half mile in 112.06. Peak Popularity at 5-2 is trying to get on board with Condone, and Flashy Lass at even money has a lot of work to do. Flashy Lass never got into it. Condone turning this into a 1-horse race, or is it? Peak Popularity is gaining steam on the outside. Condone got the jump. Peak Popularity is coming, but the wire is as well, and it's Condone. Condone gets the job done from Peak Popularity and Tiz Bayou from a disappointing Flashy Lass.
I've been trying to talk in my regular voice, and it's really not working out. And I'm this close to losing it. So I'm going to have to whisper. If you guys want to listen, turn up the TV. The 7 is 5-2, and it's my top favorite, but it's hiding behind the bush. So you're probably just going to have to stare at me, look at my notes. Joe Ramos, Mr. Ramos, I just interviewed. We're going to show that here in a little bit. I told him in 2023, he pulled off a miracle and 1x1. He's trying that again. He confirmed it. This was a $120,000 yearling purchase back in 2021 by American Pharoah, Elusive Quality Dam. I'm going to cough again. So sorry, guys. We're switching to Joe. We're dropping down in class. And we're coming off a sharp, nice work on October 28th. 4 furlongs, 48-1, breezing, 6 of 21. Love me some Randy Matthews, too. You know who else I love? His son, Dan Matthews. He works at Churchill. Top-notch guy. This horse is coming out of some races that were just tougher for him. I mean, now he's in a 3-and-up claiming on the grass. Then I'm going to go to the 3. Born Flashy. This is another hunch play. Born Flashy. Tracy, she's had a win on the card. Her and Hannah. Mitchell's up for her today. This horse has shown some nice speed on the grass. Won by 5 last September 11th in a very similar group. Then I'm going to round it out. Just keep this short and sweet, because if not, I'm going to have nothing for tomorrow. 3 looks like it feels good too. Gagliardi. Alberto Burgess looking for his first one on the card. And Tiana looking for her first one on the card. This one also competitive at this class on the grass, routing some nice in the money finishes. This horse, just in 2025, out of 11 starts, 6 in the money finishes. So has had a good year. Hoping that we can get some more girl power. My girl Hannah won. My girl Tiana won. Or my girl Tracy won. Let's see if we can't get Tiana. Does Michelle have something in later that could win? We're all about the girls here in Indiana. 7 minutes to race 5. This is the start of the late pick 4. I'm not going to go over it race by race, but it is on my tip sheet, and we will put it up on the signal. Good luck.
Field on the track for the upcoming 5th race kicks off today's Itoba Pick 4. Scratch 2, 6, and 14. 13 does draw in. They'll be on the turf course just a few minutes from now. The field is making their way onto the turf course just about post time for race 5. Get those Itoba Pick 4 tickets in now. Don't get shut out. Loading process underway. Super Snoop goes in, 7-1. Stradivarian, Jesus Castanon, 11-1 on the board. Born Flashy, the great anchor man. Boys Code, Memphis Pharaoh. Last one back, Sweet Enchantment. Set for a start. They are off and running as Stradivarian broke just a half step slowly, but Super Snoop in search of 3 in a row is good to go, as is Memphis Pharaoh at 8-5, and Memphis Pharaoh and Joe Ramos content on getting that early lead. Gagliardi trying to save ground from the 10th post. Then Born Flashy finds himself in a good spot with Super Snoop down to the inside. After that comes a bunched up group of recovering Stradivarian. The Gray Boys Code pushed out into that 4-path. In the 3-path comes Anchor Man. Then Ton Tavern in the turf debut along with Sweet Enchantment and Revs Metal. The state bred can see them all through an opening quarter. That was a quick one, 23.27. Memphis Pharaoh wanted the lead and has it, but had to earn it through a half mile in 46.58. Gagliardi finds himself in the 2-path. Then comes Born Flashy, who's getting a great toe into this one with Mitch Merle. Then Stradivarian. Super Snoop in search of 2 in a row from Belterra is all bottled up with Sagittarius on the move for Sammy Bermudez. Boys Code being asked for his best. Revs Metal has picked up a couple of horses. Sweet Enchantment gonna ride the rail. Nothing from Anchor Man. And now Ton Tavern has always been in last, as that's it for Memphis Pharaoh. Memphis Pharaoh gives way. Born Flashy with a great trip. Sammy Bermudez down on the inside is trying to get through. Does he have space? Sammy Bermudez trying to get through, and there he goes. He's got a lane. He rode the paint, and boy, did it pay off. 7-1 on Sagittarius from Born Flashy. 4-3. Still a tight photo to determine your trifecta, superfecta, and pentafecta payouts. 141.45, Sagittarius and Sammy Bermudez victorious, kicking off the Itoba pick 4 at 7-1. Sagittarius into the winner's circle. Second start off the claim. A 5-year-old bay gelding by Empire Maker out of More Chocolate, bred in Kentucky by Gainesway Thoroughbreds, trained by Jamie Grubbs. Owned by Tim Gerasi, Wayne Veith, and Doug Collier. Ridden by Mr. Sammy Bermudez. Bermudez picks up his first of the day, $17 on top. Your $1 exacta, 4-3, 45-20, 50-cent trifecta, 140.25, 10-cent superfecta, 428.03. That $1 double returns 51.10. 50-cent pick 3, which began in race 3, 155.70. Early pick 4 today, Balloons, $3,490.80. Your early pick 5 returns $2,003.10. More opportunities coming at you. 18 minutes from now, we'll be back on that turf course. Scratch number 3, Scenic Justice, 13, 14, and 16 are also out. Please note, number 15, Nacho Chrome, picked up by Marcelino Pedroza Jr. He'll be aboard Nacho Chrome in the upcoming 6th race, going a mile on the turf 18 minutes from now. They are off and running as Stradivarian broke just a half step slowly, but Super Snoop in search of 3 in a row is good to go, as is Memphis Pharaoh at 8-5, and Memphis Pharaoh and Joe Ramos content on getting that early lead. Gagliardi trying to save ground from the 10th post. Then Born Flashy finds himself in a good spot with Super Snoop down to the inside. After that comes a bunched up group, a recovering Stradivarian. The Gray Boys Code pushed out into that 4-path. In the 3-path comes Anchor Man. Then Ton Tavern in the turf debut, along with Sweet Enchantment and Revs Metal. The state bred can see them all. Through an opening quarter, that was a quick one, 23.27. Memphis Pharaoh wanted the lead and has it, but had to earn it through a half mile in 46.58. Gagliardi finds himself in the two-path. Then comes Born Flashy, who's getting a great toe into this one with Mitch Merle. Then Stradivarian, Super Snoop in search of 2 in a row from Belterra is all bottled up with Sagittarius on the move for Sammy Bermudez. Boys Code being asked for his best. Res Metal has picked up a couple of horses. Sweet Enchantment gonna ride the rail. Nothing from Anchor Man. And now Ton Tavern has always been in last, as that's it for Memphis Pharaoh. Memphis Pharaoh gives way. Born Flashy with a great trip. Sammy Bermudez down on the inside is trying to get through. Does he have space? Sammy Bermudez trying to get through, and there he goes. He's got a lane. He rode the paint, and boy, did it pay off. 7-1 on Sagittarius from Born Flashy. Back down here in the paddock for the upcoming 6th race, our final turf event of the evening, 8 minutes away, and we've got a heavily backed favorite at 6-5 in race number 6. Scratch numbers 3, 13, 14, but the 15 does draw in. Nacho Chrome gets into this race. I'm going to agree with the backers in this race. I think number 9, Count of Amazonia, is strictly the horse to beat in here. This 8-year-old has one win, and it came recently at Belterra, but did so the right way. It was off of a long layoff. This horse was in an optional claimer, hadn't been seen since July at Presque Isle, and hadn't won for a while. In fact, it had been quite a long time, dating back to 2023 at Santa Anita, when Count of Amazonia, the Ireland bred, had last won. And now at the age of 8 years old, seems like the time off brought this horse back, and maybe the class relief as well. Had been knocking heads with some tough foes over at Del Mar and Santa Anita and Belterra. Found a good group, tipped out, proved much best. Jesus Casanon sees fit to keep this mount. He comes over, brings his talents and services over as well. 0 for 8 when he comes to Horseshoe Indianapolis this year. Hesbarn hasn't sent too many over. In fact, they're 1 for 3. So a lot of new things going on. Trainer sending over their 4th starter of the meet, and Casanon his 9th starter in here. The 8-year-old, second start off the layoff, is well spaced. Must be feeling good in the mornings, or at least that's my hope. Having 2 workouts posted in the morning over at the training track since that last race. I like to see published workouts, especially for an 8-year-old. Must be feeling awfully spry to go to the workout track in the mornings and get those published works sent, but is in for a tag for 8,000 at 8 years old. They're going to dangle this one in for 8. Got a ton of class relief last time out, and it paid off. It could pay off again in here today. 6-5 on the board. Projections right on that 6-5 number, taking a lot of love off that 7-2 morning line. But the main threat in here, I believe, is Driftwood, a fellow 8-year-old in here with 10 wins, almost $250,000 in earnings for Driftwood. Another one who goes second start off the layoff, has familiarity here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, including our oval, has 3 starts on our turf with 2 seconds, looking for that elusive victory here at Horseshoe Indy. Last time out on October 13th, they broke sharp. They dueled all the way around. They were hard-ridden mid-turn, and it looked like Victor LeBron asked Driftwood for his best running with more than a quarter to go, and he stayed on. To his credit, he stayed on. He held the lead. He kept finding on the front end. He ultimately got nailed on the line by Boitano, who seemingly just knows where the wire is, whether it's turf or dirt. Boitano just has a knack for winning races, and Driftwood, even though it wasn't pretty, did fight. Fought, and that's what you're looking for in a race like this. Not eligible for a tag either. So unlike the top selection where they're dangling that one for 8,000, this one is protected today for Driftwood. Second start off the layoff. They banked 10,000 this year, 19,000 last year. Driftwood likes to go to the front end. We'll see if they can make every pole a winning one in here. 7-1, a big overlay with the 9 taking the lion's share of the wagering early on in this race. The 4 is Major Sparks. Another 8-year-old, a common trend here at Horseshoe Indy in this race. We've got some hard-knocking claimers later on in their career, making start number 50 for Major Sparks. The Indiana bred faces open company, but when you're 8 years old with 6 wins and over $200,000 in earnings, you don't get very many spots or opportunities to run against state-bred competition. Major Sparks has a tendency to settle for less. In fact, this season always runs well. 4 second-place finishes, not this season, in a row. Every start since August 14th, a second-place finish each and every time. Has lost to Del Mo. 2 of those efforts, 13-1. I think that's too big of a price on Major Sparks. The numbers certainly fit. Not overlooking that this horse hasn't won in some time. In fact, it's been over 2 years since Major Sparks has been victorious. But this horse has been trying hard and getting some good trips as well, just finishing second. You'd have to go all the way back to 2023, January 6, 2023 at Tampa Bay under the guidance of Jose Ferrer for the last win for Major Sparks. We'll see if that changes today or if it's much of the same, as a couple of hard-knocking claimers going out to the turf course for the final day or the final race on the turf this Wednesday. As we're 3 minutes away, rolling daily doubles, pick threes, and don't forget 10-cent grand high five. It's a pentafecta. It's not a jackpot. Yesterday we had that 10-cent high five pay over $1,000, not once but twice. We've got a big field, some wide open betting. And if you can get around the Santa Anita Del Mar shipper and Count of Amazonia, you're going to get paid. We'll find out who's victorious in the upcoming 6th race just 3 minutes from now. Field making their way on the turf course. Be post time for race 6. Get those wagers in now. Don't get shut out. Full starting gate on the turf, 12 of them. Hold Your Applause and Epimythium have gone in. Sammy Bermuda is looking for back-to-back on the turf. Major Sparks goes in along with Count of Amazonia. Up next, Kygo and Face Value. Del Mo and King of Kentucky. Hydro Frost, no stranger to the Indiana turf, making 8th start over our turf course for conditioner Michelle Elliott. And last but not least, Nacho Chrome. We're set for a start. Starter out of position. Backing up. They are off and running as Epimythium caught a flyer out of the starting gate, as did Del Mo. Face Value ridden for speed, but none are quicker than King of Kentucky. And look at King of Kentucky and Hydro Frost. Kamikaze on the front end. Hydro Frost from the 12 hole down to the rail with King of Kentucky as those two assuring a hot open pace. Face Value takes off of those, as does Del Mo in between, as Driftwood is now rolling 3 wide through a blazing opening quarter in 23.08. Up next comes Count of Amazonia, who's in a good position. Nacho Chrome going to do their best running late. Then comes Major Sparks, Epimythium, along with Kygo, and Leave It to Kitten can see them all. Hydro Frost through a blazing opening half mile in 45.93. King of Kentucky going to continue to turn up the pressure. Driftwood at 7-1 is being asked the question for Victor LeBron, and Driftwood is all in. Face Value is dropping out of it on the inside. Then comes Del Mo. Count of Amazonia is looking for a split and has momentum. Count of Amazonia is running okay as King of Kentucky goes to the lead. Del Mo, Count of Amazonia is going to need space from the back of the pack. It's Hold Your Applause as now Del Mo attacking into the outside. Count of Amazonia on the inside. Del Mo gets the money from Count of Amazonia. Photo sign has been removed. 6, 9, 11, 1, and 15 for that pentafecta. Some big numbers underneath in that trifecta, superfecta, and pentafecta. 6, 9, 11, 1, 15 in 135.78. Race 6 is official. Into the winner's circle goes Del Mo. 6-year-old Bay Gelding goes back-to-back by Uncle Mo out of No Lip Service. Bred in Kentucky by ERJ Racing. Trained by Jose Orantes. Owned by Esther Cano and Three Hermanos Orantes LLC. Ridden to victory by Oscar Villarreal. $1 exacta. 6-9 returns $50 or $15.40. Trifecta 6, 9, 11, $488.60. 10-cent superfecta $1,314.86. Your $1 double 4-6 return $72.40. That 50-cent pick 3 beginning in race 4 $282.25. Back on the main track for the remainder of the evening. Your final pick 3 opportunity presents itself in 20 minutes. Scratch 2, 6, and 9. 8 will go 6 furlongs on a fast main track as Del Mo comes home to score in race 6. They are off and running as Epimithium caught a flyer out of the starting gate, as did Del Mo. Face value ridden for speed, but none are quicker than King of Kentucky. And look at King of Kentucky and Hydro Frost. Kamikaze on the front end. Hydro Frost from the 12-hole down to the rail with King of Kentucky as those two assuring a hot open pace. Face value takes off of those, as does Del Mo in between, as Driftwood is now rolling 3 wide through a blazing opening quarter in 23.08. Up next comes Count of Amazonia, who's in a good position. Nacho Chrome going to do their best running late. Then comes Major, Sparks, Epimythium, along with Kygo and Leave It to Kitten Can See 'Em All. Hydro Frost through a blazing opening half mile in 45.93. King of Kentucky going to continue to turn up the pressure. Driftwood at 7-1 is being asked the question for Victor LeBron, and Driftwood is all in. Face value is dropping out of it on the inside. Then comes Del Mo. Count of Amazonia is looking for a split and has momentum. Count of Amazonia is running okay as King of Kentucky goes to the lead. Del Mo, Count of Amazonia is going to need space from the back of the pack. It's hold your applause as now Del Mo attacking into the outside. Count of Amazonia on the inside. Del Mo gets the money from Count of Amazonia.
Tell us about your ride in the Breeders' Cup.
I mean, first of all, thank you, Rachel, for having me. Everything was very special. First of all, because it was my first Breeders' Cup, and second, because I got to bring my family with me. That was very special, and then the horse run third, so it was even better that the filly show up.
Yeah, it was a great ride. Tell us, we got 1 week to go, and you did this a couple years ago. You're chasing the leader all the time, is what you're doing. You think you're
Yeah.
going to be able to close the gap and pull off a miracle like last
Let's
2023?
let's see. I'm trying my best. Let's see what happens. You never know. We need to go day by day and race by race. But I mean, I'm trying my best out there, and I just need to keep finding the wire.
Where are you going to go this winter?
So far, we're going to Turfway. That's the plan, and I hope I do good there.
Keep riding in big races.
Hopefully.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Back down here in the paddock in beautiful Shelbyville on a fall-like day as the sun sets on not only Wednesday but also this season as well. Only 5 more live racing days as we round out the racing week tomorrow, and then 4 days with Jimmy Mack in the announcer's booth for closing week. We go back out to the main track to kick off final pick 3 opportunity in here. Scratch 2, 6 and 9 out of here. 6 furlongs going to be the distance on a fast main track. I agree with the bettors as I did last time. High Speed Justice in here is the horse to beat and potentially the horse to bet. Even money on the board. Mitch Murrow going to be calling the shots in here for Tim Eggleston. The blinkers going on. They're making an equipment change in here. The blinkers go on, which is a good sign for the Eggleston barn this season. They're winning at 40% when they put the blinkers on. Yolola going to be off. He's been aboard the 6 career starts for this 3-year-old filly by Harry's Holiday, who is now 4 for 6 in the trifecta, has early speed and therefore a big chance. But the players are locating that this is a massive drop in class. Has never been in for a tag in the past 6 races and has done quite well. 1 win, 2 seconds, and a third. Now gets a ton of class relief. And a horse that had been showing good speed, not much finish at the allowance ranks. You'd be amazed. They get a little class relief. All of a sudden, that speed carries a little bit further, and that could be the case. I'm not worried about the post. This horse has a ton of early speed and maybe even honed in even more so with those blinkers going on. Mitch has been a great gate rider all season long. I think this is the one to catch to cash on the class drop alone. This 3-year-old filly has done very well at the allowance ranks. She probably gets in with her friends after a couple of poor performances at the allowance starts this season, and towards the end of the meet with a win here, she's almost out of her conditions as well. So it certainly makes sense to put her where she can win, and I think she's going to do just that. 4 to 5 on the board. The main threat is going to be in post position number 7. Lotta Latte. Ray Paquette owns and trains. Gutierrez is going to be calling the shots. He's had himself a very nice meet. He's got 44 wins on the year. He was previously a 7-pound apprentice, now a 5-pound apprentice. And if there's going to be late money or a big threat to the outside runner, I believe it's likely going to come from Lotta Latte, who is 1 for 17. Doesn't always love to win races by any means. In fact, like Major Sparks, who had 4 second-place finishes in a row, Lotta Latte has been rounding out the 4 efforts in a row, dating back to September 2nd, third, and third. Well beaten in almost all of them. They've tried a little bit of everything. They've done 15 N2L, 8,000 non-winners at 2. Allowance recently as 20,000 recently, and those were going 2 turns. So they've thrown a lot at this 4-year-old filly. She's kind of paid her way. She's cutting back in distance today. She looks plenty fit. She's been able to close late in those sprint races, but we'll see how sharp she is off those cutbacks. Sometimes those 2-turn races just lessens their speed a little bit early on in those races, so we'll see if Lotta Latte can keep up early in this race, and if they do, 7-2 may be a gift when it's all said and done. The one is Total Luna Eclipse, and you have to love a horse of this non-winners of 2 condition who is lightly raced. It's exactly what you want to see. Has only been defeated one other time, and that was against winners for the first time, and it wasn't against just your standard winners. It was in the $200,000 Lady Foghorn handicap going 1.70 miles. However, Tavares Douglas had her ready to go at first asking. She went off at 10-1. She broke well. She dueled from the 2-path, and at the top of the lane, she opened up, and she was going to be headed by Glitter Queen, who has since come back to win yesterday. And Total Luna Eclipse just dug down deep and said, you're not going past. This was a 3-year-old filly. Yes, she debuted for a maiden claiming tag. However, she also took on older. Glitter Queen is a 4-year-old. Total Luna Eclipse in her debut had to take on older. And then they thought enough to enter into a $200,000 stakes race. Now, it didn't go all that well. She showed speed, probably went further than she wants to go. Maybe she came out of it okay in here. It was just a couple of days ago, so they've asked a lot, making the 3rd start since October 15th, 3rd start in the last 3 weeks here. But if they run like they did on debut, I think they're in with a big chance. But don't overlook that Mitch Murrow likely had his choice between Total Luna Eclipse on the outside and on the inside, and the 11 High Speed Justice on the outside. And Mitch and his team opted for the Tim Eggleston trainee, High Speed Justice. 4 to 5 on the board, 11, 7, and 1. We've got a big field. We'll see if prices continue to come in. Our pick threes have been paying great all day long, over $200 in most of those pick threes. And if you're still alive in the Atoba pick 4 or that late fire 5, certainly wish you the best of luck. Started out with the longest price on the board in a 4-horse field, 7-1, and then 4-1 as well. So looking at some decent payouts as well in those horizontal plays. And if you're still alive, certainly wish you the best of luck. But you've got a long ways to go still, as we're 5 minutes away from the 7th. Good luck. Field approaching the gate. Pentafecta coming up. Big field. They've reached the starting gate. Going in is She's So Elite with Jane Plain and Leahy looking for a riding double. Waiting on Indiana Smoke Show. Last to load will be High Speed Justice. Consternation, slight delay. Number 3, Lily Rose Express, unhappy. They are off and running. Lily Rose Express acted up in the gate, and it cost her 2 lengths at the start. Jane Plain and High Speed Justice going to the lead together. Indiana Smoke Show is good to go at 18-1. After that comes Total Luna Eclipse along with She's So Elite. The slow starting Lily Rose Express is alongside Lotta Latte and Queen's Desire as Jane Plain putting the pressure to High Speed Justice at 22.32 for that opening quarter. She's So Elite rolls into third. Indiana Smoke Show's already asked for her best and not getting a response. Total Luna Eclipse is going to need to do better than that. Lily Rose Express and Lotta Latte are traveling in tandem from the back of the pack. Queen's Desire's a mile out of it as now High Speed Justice the first to turn for home, and High Speed Justice at 4-5 is finding. High Speed Justice switches leads and kicks clear. It's High Speed Justice from Lily Rose Express and Lotta Latte, but the run is for second, as this one's all about High Speed Justice. It was Lily Rose Express battling it out for second over Lotta Latte in 112.50. Pentafecta still unofficial. 11-3, 7-5, and 1. High Speed Justice, class drop, right to the winner's circle. Entering the winner's circle, it's High Speed Justice, 3-year-old Dark Bay filly by Harry's Holiday out of Lorelei Legend. Bred in Indiana by Greg Justice and Justice Farm. Owned by Tom Gogolosi. Trained to Victory by Tim Eggleston and ridden by Mitch Merrill. High Speed Justice, second win of her career in 7 starts. Race 7 is official. High Speed Justice, $3.60 on top. Your $1 exacta, $11.3, $15.80. 50-cent trifecta, $21.45. Your 10-cent superfecta, $18.68. That pentafecta, $72.41. Your $1 double, $6.11, returns $9.60. 50-cent pick 3, $78.65. Race 8 on the board in 21 minutes from now. No scratches or changes in the upcoming 8th race. Your thoroughbred finale kicks off your late daily double opportunity. 2 races remain, 1 thoroughbred, 1 quarter horse, going 330 yards. We'll be back at the starting gate 21 minutes from now. They are off and running. Lily Rose Express acted up in the gate, and it cost her 2 lengths at the start. Jane Plain and High Speed Justice going to the lead together. Indiana Smoke Show is good to go at 18-1. After that comes Total Luna Eclipse along with She's So Elite. The slow starting Lily Rose Express is alongside Lotta Latte and Queen's Desire as Jane Plain putting the pressure to High Speed Justice at 22.32 for that opening quarter. She's So Elite rolls into third. Indiana Smoke Show's already asked for her best and not getting a response. Total Luna Eclipse is going to need to do better than that. Lily Rose Express and Lotta Latte are traveling in tandem from the back of the pack. Queen's Desire's a mile out of it as now High Speed Justice the first to turn for home, and High Speed Justice at 4-5 is finding. High Speed Justice switches leads and kicks clear. It's High Speed Justice from Lily Rose Express and Lotta Latte, but the run is for second, as this one's all about High Speed Justice. It was Lily Rose Express battling it out for second over Lotta Latte. They are...
Horseshoe Indianapolis is saluting all veterans Tuesday, November 11th with a special Veterans Day racing program at 2:10 p.m. Nationally known handicappers place wagers into the Pick 5 to raise funding for Hoosier veterans and families. Plus, play in the $2,500 Veterans Day handicapping contest, sponsored by Indiana HBPA. Let's salute the veterans Tuesday, November 11th at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 and exit 109 in Shelbyville. More information available on social media at HS Indy Racing.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Very nice allowance field here for race number 8. No claimers going out for the 8th today here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've got a very good group of 3-year-old allowance horses, all battling it out over 6 furlongs. No scratches or changes. 8 of them set to go to the gate. And in this race, if you're handicapping, it looks like a ton of speed. You are going to have a brigade on the front end in this race. The top selection is currently 3-1 on the board. Sir Gallivant could be a part of that pace, but I'm hopeful that Santos Sanger takes off. They're drawn favorably to the outside of some of the other pace setters in here, and they've shown an ability to track just as they did in a winning effort at 16-1 in an optional claiming $75,000 race August 26th. They tracked nicely, sat off the leaders, and they came under a ride, and there was plenty left when Santo asked this horse for his best run. The 3-year-old kicked clear. A 3-time winner from 11 starts has done so with 3 different conditioners as well. Claimed away from Brad Cox for $35,000, and then Cipriano Contreras lost this one for $5,000. Since then, John Herron's done himself a very nice job. He got that optional claiming win at $75,000, getting the job done at 16-1. Finished 4th behind Wind Machine Cupid's Runaway, and then 5th last time out. But it was a much better than it looks 5th. It was a sloppy racetrack. They broke sharp. They were in between horses. They were kind of race-ridden throughout. I think they'll appreciate being back on a fast main track. Sir Gallivan has not won on a wet track. It was his first try, and he didn't appear to appreciate it. He was 2-1 that day, but he's 3 for 5. He's a horse for course, and he was once a $5,000 claimer, and now he's banked $60,000. John Herron, who celebrated win number 6,000 earlier this season, has himself a good one in here with Sir Gallivant, who should get a great trip, 3-1 on the board. But a horse who's taking some action right now is also Texas Free. And speaking of guys who've had a good season, Randy Klopp has had a dominating season this year with 61 wins on the season. Fernando de la Cruz right with him at 111 wins. This one was the beaten favorite on October 15th, ran into a sharp, sleepy, who just ran away and hid for the second time in a row. Texas Free usually breaks alertly, no jinxes in play. They've got tactical ability as well. They can go to the lead and make every pole a winning one. Otherwise, they can sit off of it. They did lose by a head to Cupid's Runaway, but most do. So Texas Free brings in some good form, has been freshened up here over the season. Took a while to get to the starting gate May 15th. Had 2 races, 2 wins, got a brief freshening, came back September 11th with a second behind Wind Machine Cupid's Runaway, and then Sleepy gets away from some of those stable mates that are very salty, and I think Texas Free will appreciate not seeing any horses that they sleep next to every single night here at Horseshoe Indy. We'll see if the 4-year-old can get win number 4 and start number 10 on the board at a reasonably priced 7-2, but I'll draw your attention to Galpin Sunday. First start off the claim for Randy Matthews. Luis Contreras is going to be calling the shots in here. Matthews not only trains, but he also claimed this one, and you can completely draw a line through the last race. Not only was it a sloppy effort, that had nothing to do with it. It was a sloppy racetrack. It was a no passing zone. However, this horse broke through the gate, ran off at 8-5, and eventually went off at 7-2. Once they broke through the gate, many bettors know that that is game over, and it was all she wrote. However, Galpin Sunday loaded the gate as the heavily backed 8-5 favorite and lost all chance when they acted up at the starting gate. That is not a trend that I'm sure the Matthews gang's hopes will continue, as they've never previously had any issues at the starting gate. I'm willing to draw a line through it. It was a one-off, and if you forgive that last start, which certainly has excuses, just completely forget it. They broke through the starting gate, and that was it. This horse makes a ton of sense. Went face-to-face with Strato and 3 Echoes back on September 2nd. I think there's certainly plenty of upside in here. Has been popular at the claiming box as well, and now runs protected. Matthews doesn't want to risk losing this 3-year-old gelding, who's still got some conditions left as well. 12-1, the value player in here, and even though there's a ton of speed, this horse may be the quickest of them all. There's multiple races in that running line for Galpin Sunday where they have gone sub 22 seconds for that opening quarter. And even though it looks like a race filled with a ton of speed, if you can clear off, get brave on the front end, and the 4 or 5 behind you don't necessarily want to pass runners, it's a good spot to be. I think Galpin Sunday, a live claim in here, runs in a protected spot. And from a betting perspective, 12-1 is a ton of value. It's a wide open betting field in here for the final thoroughbred event of your Wednesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Completely wide open. I wouldn't settle for a low price on anyone. However, your current favorite is in lukewarm fashion. It's Gettysburg Address, Cipriano Contreras, with the back class of Gettysburg Address. 3-1 on your inside runner who just got the leg up with Fernando de la Cruz. A field of 8 will go to the gate for race 8, kicking off your Pentafecta 4 minutes from now. Field approaching the starting gate. Fields reached the starting gate. It is now post time. First two have gone in, Texas Free and Gettysburg Address. Gelpin Sunday with Dr. Alex Zinn. Mondavilla. Sir Gallivant. Two back. A Champ's Dream and Unbridled Slope. They are off and running under the lights at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Gettysburg Address broke tardily, but Mondavilla, in search of 5 wins in the career, broke alertly, as did Dr. Alex Zinn. Texas Free is looking to hold that rail position for Fernando de la Cruz. Gelpin Sundays under a strong restraint from Luis Contreras. Then comes a Champ's Dream. Sir Gallivant is already loose-reined. Unbridled Slope and Sammy Bermudez sit in 6th. The slow-starting Gettysburg Address through a contested opening quarter in 22.20. And Fernando de la Cruz was able to ride that rail right to the lead. Mondavilla in the horse sandwich at the top of the lane. Dr. Alex Zinn is still well held by Alberto Burgos. Gelpin Sunday is dropping out of it. A Champ's Dream is trying to roll into it. Sir Gallivant is beat as it's Dr. Alex Zinn battling with Mondavilla. Texas Free is the first to give way, and it's Mondavilla and Dr. Alex Zinn. Mondavilla on the inside. Dr. Alex Zinn and the gray Mondavilla at 5-2 in a quick 110.16. Couple of Indy breds teamed up at the top of the lane and made for a good one. Dr. Alex Zinn ran huge, but Mondavilla gets the money. 3-6, 1-2-5. Still unofficial. It's official. Mondavila, your official winner of race number 8. Mondavila, a 3-year-old gray gelding by Mondavi out of Lost Village, bred in Indiana by Elise Kendall. Trained to victory by our leading conditioner, Randy Klopp. Owned by Jill Patrick and Liz Klopp. Ridden to victory by Joe Ramos. Klopp and Ramos team up for your official winner of Race 8. Mondavila gets the 5th win in 13 starts. Classy Indiana bred takes on Open Company and gets the job done under a full moon in Shelbyville. $1 exacta, 3.650, 3.80. Your 50-cent trifecta, 192.60. 10-cent superfecta, 3.612, $518.11. That pentafecta, final thoroughbred pentafecta of the day, $1,987.14. Your $1 double, 11.3, returns 7.20. 50-cent pick 3, 23.25. This evening's Itoba pick 4 returns $1,059.60. Your late fire 5, $1,839.55. We've got quarter horse action coming at you. Scratch number 7. Do note that number 11, Mercy I'm Hot, will break from post position number 7. Stick around and find out if your announcer can figure out this 330-yard dash in 16 minutes. They are off and running under the lights at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Gettysburg Address broke tardily, but Mondavila, in search of 5 wins in the career, broke alertly, as did Dr. Alex is in. Texas Free is looking to hold that rail position for Fernando de la Cruz. Galpin Sundays under a strong restraint from Luis Contreras. Then comes a Champ's Dream. Sir Gallivant is already loose-reined, unbridled slope, and Sammy Bermudez sit in 6th. The slow-starting Gettysburg Address through a contested opening quarter in 22.20, and Fernando de la Cruz was able to ride that rail right to the lead. Mondavila in the horse sandwich at the top of the lane. Dr. Alex is in, is still well held by Alberto Burgos. Galpin Sunday is dropping out of it. A Champ's Dream is trying to roll into it. Sir Gallivant is beat as it's Dr. Alex is in, battling with Mondavila. Texas Free is the first to give way, and it's Mondavila and Dr. Alex is in. Mondavila on the inside, Dr. Alex is in, and the gray Mondavila at 5-2 in a quick 110.16. They are Second to last, Racing Rachel's Warriors. Congratulations to Greg Hudspeth and Mike Hurst. There was a tie amongst the top two, so they will both qualify for next week's finale. Mike Miller rounds out third, $25 returned to Mike Miller. Greg Hudspeth, Mike Hurst, tie amongst the top as they'll battle it out final Wednesday next week for Racing Rachel's Warriors. Quarter horse racing coming up. Martha gave out a winner yesterday. Stick around to find out who she likes in race number 9.
Well, just a spectacular day today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And before the lights come on, we'll talk about our
quarter horse finale. It's a really good allowance race. We'll go to the paddock in just a minute, but before, I want to send out a shout out and congratulations to the Tim Eggleston team. Yesterday, Tim saddled his 49th quarter horse winner of the meet. Eduardo Diaz was aboard. It was a really good finish, determined finish, I say, by Flying Cowgirl. So congratulations to Tim, Eduardo, and owner Diane Woodward. Just really, really good meet for the Eggleston team. It's been fun to watch. We're going to close out our program today with another allowance purse of $19,500, and these are 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3 races. So we do have some changes. We are scratching the 7 and the 12 and the 13. But 11, Mercy I'm Hot, draws in and will break from post position 7. So that's it. They're going 350 yards. Let's go to the paddock, and my top choice is Dash in Willie. Breaking from the rail, has run well at Horseshoe Indy for trainer Tony Cunningham after previously competing in New Mexico. This is a gelding by Tempting Dash, sold for $65,000 at the Ruidoso Select yearling sale. Cunningham will utilize the flipping halter, that's that initial FH, in your program just to try and get the horse a little more focused in the gait. Sometimes that's all it takes, is to get that good break and hopefully a clean path to the wire. Danny Martinez will have the call. We'll go next to number 8, and that's Sweet and Hot, who posted a very lofty speed figure for trainer Corrine Garcia, that in an allowance race which took place on August 30th. Then the Oklahoma-bred Colt by A Sweet Jess followed that with a runner-up finish just 1 month later under the very capable rider Fernando Moran. I think, it's interesting. If you put together a couple good races in a row, you really can't think that you're going to throw in a clunker. And I think Sweet and Hot has been pretty consistent all season. So that's my second choice. Could end up winning. A lot of these horses are very contentious and could, it's not a complete lock on the winner, I'll tell you that much, because Sweet and Hot had a good record this year, 3 in the money finishes and 6 starts as a 3-year-old. That's pretty good. We'll go next to number 9, and that's Astronaut. Now, this horse may not have consistency, I'll be honest, but when he's on, when she's on, she's really on. She finished 6th in the 86,000 Horseshoe Indy Classic that took place in August. But then she rebounded nicely for the Tim Eggleston barn on September 30th with a 18,500 allowance score. This is a filly by Kitty Up. Bred in California by AQHA champion breeder Ed Allred, who's also the owner of Los Alamitos. And he's a really exceptional breeder, too. So that's my third choice, Astronaut number 9. And then we'll round out my top 4 with number 6, MG Fresca. This is a filly by El Macho Prieto Boy, 2-time winner this season for conditioner Jose Cazares. After a nice allowance win on September 4th, she had trip woes in her subsequent race, but I think she could rebound again today. She's going to be ridden by Diego Bocanegra. He's kind of first call rider for the very talented Natasha Perez, but when she doesn't have a mount, a lot of people are clamoring for the riding services of Diego, and rightly so. So I'll go 1, 8, 9, 6. We would want to throw out a option for you if you're interested in playing our 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. There's a horse it's a gelding number 3, and that's Tempt Me Sass, gelding by Tempting Dash, the high earner in the field based on the fact that he began his career at Remington earlier and actually qualified for the Grade 3 $220,000 Oklahoma Derby. Now, obviously didn't make too much of an impact, but that purse helped him. And then he came up to Horseshoe Indy, to the barn of Tony Cunningham. Francisco Quintero, who always gives 100%, will be in the saddle. So 1, 8, 9, 6, maybe 3 if you're going to toss in a little extra horse for your quarter horse Pentafecta. All right, well, good luck to everybody in this race. We'll be back tomorrow, and then next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, to close out the season at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Field on the track for the upcoming 9th race, where quarter horses will dash 3:30. Field approaching the gate as loading has begun. Post time for the finale. Dash on Willie already goes in. Elegant Train. Tempt Me Sass. Just Check Me Out. MG Freshka. Mercy I'm Hot goes into post position number 7. Sweet and Hot. Waiting on Astronaut and Freckles Brown. Freckles Brown loads German Rodriguez. Both rides and trains. We're set for a start. They are off and running as Dash on Willie broke quickly, as did Just Check Me Out from in between. Just Check Me Out just dived down to the inside. Dash on Willie drifting out. Elegant train after that. Dash on Willie to the outside. It's Sweet and Hot. Sweet and Hot gets the money from Dash on Willie. Sweet and Hot takes it 4-5 on top over Dash on Willie. A photo for the Miners, waiting on that final time. Sweet and Hot. Photo sign's been removed. Your final pentafecta. 8-1, 6, 11, and 10. Time posted on the board in 16.499. Sweet and Hot takes the unofficial finale in race 9. It is now official. Sweet and Hot returning to the winner's circle. A 3-year-old sorrel colt by A Sweet Jess out of Hot Little Lisa. Bred in Oklahoma. Trained to victory by Corrine Garcia. Owned by Angel Gonzalez and ridden by Fernando Morin. Sweet and Hot returns 380 on top. Your final exacta, 2760, 50-cent trifecta, 89.80. That 10-cent pentafecta brings home $490.99. Final pick 3, $10 even. The late trifecta and superfecta returns 89.80. 10-cent soup, 83.59, and your last daily double, 3-8, returns $19. Your penultimate Thursday tomorrow live racing returns at 2:10 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We got some more turf racing and a beautiful card on a Thursday from Shelbyville, Indiana. Whether you are here on track or tuning in on that simulcast feed, enjoy your evening. We'll see y'all tomorrow. They are off and running as Dash on Willie broke quickly, as did Just Check Me Out from in between. Just Check Me Out just dived down to the inside. Dash on Willie drifting out. Elegant train after that. Dash on Willie to the outside. It's Sweet and Hot. Sweet and Hot gets the money from Dash on Willie.